Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I'd like to welcome you all back to my channel. On YouTube, I'm Spirit to Spirit, teaches growing within self. On TikTok, 1974 Enlightened Soul, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're not familiar with my channel, I usually suggest to recommend that people go in and read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit to Spirit, teaches growing within self, in order to get a better understanding of what my channel is about. I talk about sometimes hard topics. Sometimes I talk about my own experiences. Usually, I get my guidance from my own experiences. Spirit will guide me where it is that I need to be and bring the information to me. So, yesterday I was talking about business, and Spirit's actually bringing me back to that again. And today we're talking about what is the Better Business Bureau, right? A lot of people have heard of the Better Business Bureau, and I have I have two, and I thought that every business was registered with the Better Business Bureau. However, that's not the case. And strangely, let me start off by saying today I I Googled probably about 20 to 30 different businesses. 144 on the timer as I said that. 20 to 30 different businesses. It was shocking to see because on the Better Business Bureau, um, it's like it's either accredited or it's not accredited. Okay, and so okay, let me start off. I'll start off by saying, like, if you're not familiar with the word shit ass, accredited. Earlier, I had that song on because I come across it on TikTok. Crazy train, because a lot of people think I'm on the crazy train. A lot of us are right now, but we're not crazy. We are just utterly fed up. Meaning of accredited. Oh, shit ass. I hit the wrong button. A meaning of accredited.
Here's the definition of accredited. Of a person, organization, or course of study, officially recognized or authorized.
Okay. So that would be what your Better Business Bureau is used for. So out of that 20 to 30 businesses, like big businesses, Walmart and Costco and a superstore and freaking the banks and everything. Okay. Irving Oil, Nova Scotia Power, different power companies and stuff like that. They're actually not registered. And my question is why? Because it's to the Better Business Bureau is there for trusted businesses so that people can go in and check out the business to find out if you can trust the business or not. Winners was one that it was accredited, and then there was Pure and Simple and Integra Tire, and out of all of them, there was one more, but I'd have it in my Google search. So Today I was in Winners, and I said that I will shop at Winners because it's considered to be a trusted business. And she was a younger girl, so her group, and I said about all the other like 20, 30 businesses I looked at, and none of them were registered. She's like, oh, well, that's unfortunate. Seriously, people. You wonder why you're getting screwed over. You wonder why you're getting fucked over. See, the legitimate businesses are the ones that are going to become a member of the Better Business Bureau. Because to them, they have nothing to hide. And the Better Business Bureau actually, it works with different disputes, whether they're registered, accredited, or non-accredited. So, see, opium. Okay, let's try this. Okay, put that there for now. Walmart, Better Business Bureau. Okay, so everybody would believe that Walmart is such a big corporation, okay, because most big corporations are crooked, right? Walmart Canada, have a gander. Have a look. Not credited. Okay, so we pay for power. Okay, so look at that. Nova Scotia Power, Better Business Bureau. Nova Scotia Power, Better Business Bureau. See, the thing is, so to me, no, they're not either. Now watch this. Winners. Oh, shit. Winners, Better Business Bureau. It's accredited. That's what it's supposed to look like, yes, when something is accredited. Let's go to we'll go to the bank. Scotiabank Better Business Bureau. And these are supposed to be people you're supposed to be able to trust. So if you're supposed to be able to trust them and they believe themselves to be trustworthy, why are they not? Now, see, let's go Irving Oil. Irving Oil, Better Business Bureau. Irving Oil, Better Business Bureau. Now, today I got a call from Bell, and when I answered the phone, it was dead air. Until I started telling them off, and then all of a sudden someone come on and asked if I was so-and-so. And I ended up telling them, like, this is not that person. This is not my number. Don't call this number again. And because I was telling it was the Matrix. So there's Irving Oil. Big corporation, right? It's a big corporation. Okay. Bell Canada, Better Business Bureau. Not accredited. And that I find extremely, like, seriously, look up these businesses. You get a business in your head, Google the name of the business and say Better Business Bureau. And then look at its profile. So you're paying all this money. And I did a video the other day, like when I was doing it about money, like about money. And it had about 55 corporations that were getting out of paying income tax. Your monarchy doesn't even pay income tax. It pays income tax to its own people. And I'm not talking about what they class as their nobles or, you're a fucking peasant. They pay to each other. They grease each other's palms. So a lot of people, people complain about what's happening to you with these businesses, how I'm getting ripped off and everything like that. You're getting ripped off because there's no recourse, right? Seriously, okay? This here, okay? I don't care, like I'm not talking about this, but this person and the person you talk about in there, right? Was it this type of stuff that we're not trying to stop? But people will go and they'll say, oh, Jesus is coming back. Well, are you not the ones that's supposed to fucking be stopping it? Seriously, people, you complain about the prices. Well, no wonder they're so fucking high. High because nobody stands up, nobody speaks up. See, I imagine if everybody started complaining, putting complaints in to the Better Business Bureau, well, I mean, they do stuff, they work with the government and stuff like that. But people say that the government is part of the system, right? But your banks will run it. I'll tell you again. I'll tell you again after that, and again after that, and again after that. Go watch the movie In Time. It talks about the Watchers. Seriously, it does. It talks about the Watchers, and it keeps you from going. It keeps you in poverty. If you're in poverty, it's going to keep you there. And everybody's saying about the mark of the beast or what have you, the wrist. Okay? They say about a barcode. Okay? The barcode. In this movie, they'd stick their wrist in the thing. It was like that when they were paying their mortgages and everything like that. What you're doing, that signifies energy. Because I can't show you. Shit. Okay. Give me 1 second, please. Alrighty, I'm back. Okay, I actually have this posted on my TikTok channel way back when I first started doing, on my YouTube, Spirit to Spirit Teachings Going Within Self. When I first started doing my my YouTube channel, this song is pretty good. We're going to stand up, and we're going to stand up for our people. Okay. I'm going to kind of show you. Okay, I'm going to take this off. I'm going to take my ring off. Okay. Now, people have watched me do this before. When I first started doing it, I would do it to music and I would make it fucking dance. Like literally make it spin and dance. Okay. Sometimes it takes me a bit, but it's all in the motion of how you move your wrist. In that movie, In Time, it shows that they have to shake, okay, because it's an exchange. That's why Donald Trump does not shake hands. It's not because of fucking germs. like they say. It's not because of germs or anything like that. It's because it's that exchange of energy. And people can siphon your energy by just shaking your hand. Don't believe me? That's your problem. But I'm here to tell you truth because I experienced it. They can take your energy or they can give you energy, but they can also give you negative energy. Okay, this is a copper bracelet. Okay, and when it first happened, I was sitting upstairs and I was visiting. Okay, and I had my copper bracelet on. Okay, and I was just sitting there with the compass on my tablet, and I just started fucking around with it, just to pretend, like just I don't know, because I could feel energy before, and I could feel the energy coming from the tablet and stuff. And I would actually go like that, and then all of a sudden, it just started fucking moving crazy. I say I broke the compass on my tablet. Now, and it was freaking cool because then when I went home, I started doing it to the music, and I just started going like this, and then I make it dance. Music, and my my youngest son and my nephew, they were looking. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Ana, I don't know if I can. Okay, how can I do this? Okay, yes, son on day. I have to set it. Oh shit. Okay, I have to set it. I have to set it down on something so that it's flat, so that it's not moving when you move it, because you know you move it, a compass will move. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Max hasn't seen me do this too, but you know he'd probably say, "Oh well, no, I didn't." Oh yes, you fucking did. And this is all spirit to spirit. Okay, so please bear with me. I'm going to see if this will work. Okay. Okay. So later. Okay. I have my compass. Okay, right now, see the way it's like that. Yeah, I heard. What the fuck? How's she doing that? Right? See, because I'm right in front of it. So I don't know if YouTube can see it. I'm going to try to get it up higher because sometimes I can get it this here number, this number right here. Sometimes I can get it up to 5,000 and above. There, 8, 7, or 7,000. The fuck? Yeah, exactly. I'm hearing what the fuck. Just give me a sec. what's happening is you are observing different, like my energy is wonky right now going through me. I'm trying to steady it. Mm. I know I'm just steady right now. Hold on, I can feel it. Yeah. There's a, yeah. 1817. I was up over 2. Okay. See, I don't, if I could have it coming right down, but that's what that my point is. And I mean, if you were watching, you've seen that. Okay. Basta non faremo ne no. So I'm just gonna tell you that on that movie, he would go and he would shake, he would have the hands, and it was kind of like looked like this, an arms bracelet, almost like an arm wrestle. Okay, you know when you have the arm wrestle, okay, the strength. Okay, are you stealing? Are you taking energy from that person and putting in your body? Yes, you are. Okay, see, that's what these businesses are doing. They are stealing your energy for themselves. That's why you're drained. That's why when certain people come around you, you could be up and up and up and up. Oh, yeah, kasi na ito po yata tayo sinumusala kaya. You could be right up in the air, and then somebody walks in the room, and they're an energy vampire. And then you just feel like, holy shit, man. Go in a hospital. What happens when you go in the hospital? Okay, you go in a hospital, you go in for a test, and you're feeling fine, but you go in for the test, and then you get in the hospital, and what happens? Like, holy shit, man, I feel like shit. I felt better when I wasn't at the hospital. You go in for emergency. What happens? You're sitting there and you feel like shit. Why? Because there's so many frequencies in the background. There's so many different energies within the rooms. There's energy vampires, as they call it, and there's like the ones that have the energy and they steal it from you. I can feel when that's happening. Like if I'm out anywhere and somebody walks by me, I can feel if they threw an energy thing at me. If they threw like negative energy at me, or if they tried to steal my energy. And if I feel their energy come at me or them try to steal my energy, it's like, get the fuck off me. Welcome to the crazy train, right? Only thing is, we're not fucking crazy. What they do, stop my music? It's like, get out the yeah. Right? So banking systems, because see, the thing is, in this movie, okay, there's a man there, the head guy, it would be the big Bank of America or something like that. Okay. And he wouldn't age. And he was like over 1,000 years old. And why? Because he was siphoning people's energy into these boxes, into these little gadget things. And he had a vault. And see, it was Justin Timberlake, and I don't go by I'm not an idol or anything, but I'm just using the name because a lot of people are familiar with it. It was him in it, and his mother, because her energy depleted, because you could only live for one day. On his mother's 50th birthday, her energy depleted. And just as she died, he was running to catch her, and she fell right into his arms and died. And people were dropping just like flies. They in the streets and everything, just dropping. See, okay, I'm gonna say something, because see, a lot of people, there's a lot of controversy with regards to, I'll say it, Freemasons. Okay, I knew a few, and I'm pretty damn sure that some of my ancestors were Freemasons. Oh, touchy subject! Don't you talk about them! You said that today. I met one today. I went somewheres, parked right in front of him, and I seen his head, his license. I got chills right now, and symbol on it. My channel's not for everyone. If you don't talk about it, that's fine. I'll talk about whatever I want to talk about, just like you. So I asked him, and he said he was one, and I had a good conversation. I explained to him, and a lot of them, they were part of, like, some of them, they were in church and they dropped in. That's the same as my ancestors. My ancestors were the rebellion, because they come here for freedom. But the ones that like to colonize followed them. And it was orders by your king and queen. Superstore. You'd think Superstore, Atlantic Superstore, you would think that it would be registered with the Better Business Bureau, but it's not. Right? You don't like me? You know how they say bow? You got to bow to the queen. You got to bow to the fucking system. Earlier, I was in my car, and see, I like, people think that to be a leader, to be a queen or a king or what have you. You got to be all fucking prim or proper. But it's the king and queen and it's knights and things like that are the ones that are supposed to be on the front line. But instead of being on the front line, they put all the pawns. You know, I can feel that. He said, so early, I was in my car and I was feeling like coming back and doing the video and the live and what have you. And I thought, well, no. Like, I'm not going to come back and do the live right now because I'm going to wait till people get home. So I was going in my car and I was envisioning when they said about bowing to your king or queen, because they say, and I'll get to that too, because I'm going to bring it to treason. He said, I was driving in my car and I was just, it was going through my mind of people bowing to the queen, bowing to the king. You know, that's up to you if you want to do that. But if you want to bow to somebody who takes your fucking money and has you groveling while they're sitting on fucking shit piles of money, gold, diamonds, jewels, big fancy clothes with big fancy balls, drinking their big fancy fucking champagne. Am I jealous? No, because I don't fucking drink. Used to drink, and I still wouldn't have drank champagne. But was in the car. I was seeing myself about bowing. I was literally. Did you ever watch the movie that Jim Carrey's in? Pet Detective. You know when he stands in front of his cop friend, okay, and he turns around and he takes and he starts talking with his butt cheek. Well, what I actually envisioned myself doing was turning around, taking my arm and sticking it up through my legs, between, like, and then just going like that. They didn't say what way you had to bow. People say, "Oh, that's disrespectful." Why is it how is it any more disrespectful than them keeping you in fucking poverty and talking about the poor people? So they say about, like, you know, you can't commit treason on the queen. You, like, if you go up against the queen or the king or what have you, well, you're committing treason. If you go up against the government, well, you're committing treason. If you go up against the military, well, you're committing treason. So it's okay for them to commit high treason on the people because that's what it is. They're committing severe treason on the people. And I know that, you know, hey, Belle, are you watching again? You know, you're not registered. Like, small businesses, that's the thing. Small businesses are basically the ones more so that register with the Better Business Bureau. But see, the big businesses don't register. And why don't they register? Because they're not trustworthy. They wouldn't get accredited. And that's why they don't. See, when they say about treason, okay, this is your banks are treason too. Right now, I just looked and it's 644. If anybody follows angel numbers. And today when I was talking to that Freemason, another car drives in and gives me angel number 111. But see, you know, I watched a guy, and he said, like I said, he said about that Jesus is Lucifer. He's said to be Lucifer. Okay. Now, they say about Lucifer being a bad guy, but yet he was healing people. Jesus is Lucifer. He was healing people. And how many of you are familiar with Nikola Tesla? Hey, Nikola Tesla, how are you this evening? Hi. I'll tell you something. Say it again. I have an invention. And I already got it going. It's already started. I mean, it might take me a bit, but you know. But it came on the heels of reading his book. I got to hear so far. And I'm not a reader. I haven't read in a while because like there's been a lot of fucky going on. And then I went and bought this book. Okay. The Free Energy. And your royal family and your government. And I'm going to say, what the fuck, military? Like, seriously. If you're not working for the people, it's that part of you're protecting the enemy. Because I'm serious. They have you killing the people. And why? Over oil, land, gas, all forms of energy to hide portals for big corporations to get their gold. A lot of people talk about this is the free energy. But, you know, they'll tell you that that's bad. We're bad. But see, what it's doing is it's explaining the darkness that took it away. Because when I first looked at it, I seen Fauci in the book. And then what appeared that they had as a demon. And there were certain things, like I know, because like my fingers will go in certain gestures, okay, because it's signs. But see, people take those signs as always being bad. Okay, so Fauci, yeah, I actually was decoding stuff back in 2020, and I got Fauci. Fauci and one of the ministers from Canada. And when I decoded COVID-19, I got a DEA number. And then some spirits decided to, you know, fuck around and play a few tricks on me when I was still going through my enlightenment. I didn't know. They had me burn all of it. Because it incriminated them. I had like big things down. So it shows different things in the book. Different buildings, you know. There's buildings that they say humans built. And this was just in the 1800s. I didn't start reading this yet, but I understand it. Think of it this way. How do you know that's not ant people? Seriously, we're talking about aliens, right? People are talking about aliens. It's coming out in the Pentagon. And let's see. Those are nicest. Well, shit, man. Don't talk about that stuff. How many of you knew or figured that South is actually Jesus? This is Billy Carson. I know some people don't like him. But, you know, I can feel energy. I can feel when something's off. Even with him. I would love to meet him. To have a conversation, but I probably speak in a whole bunch of different languages. Because that's the stuff that I want to be doing. I want to be going to these places. Just to walk up to the hieroglyphics and just start reading it, the energy. But it wouldn't come out in English, though. So I wouldn't, like, I need an interpreter. Like, there's got to be interpreters. Because I'm speaking spirit. The different forms of spirit. They may not use, the names may not come out. I know that I'm channeling these. And people say, oh, that's demonic. No, what's demonic is that you don't realize that yet. That's not demonic. I was telling my dad just yesterday that I can tell when things switch. Because some days my ex-husband is shorter than me. Other days he's the same height as me, but he looks off. He doesn't look the same, and I can feel the energy and stuff like that. And there's some days when it's like he's a half a foot to a foot taller than me. And my dad, he was like, well, that can't happen. You're fucking right, it can. When you're awake, you start seeing that stuff. I'll tell you, like the day that me and my oldest son had an altercation, and it was physical. There was no hitting, but it was physical. He grabbed me and he tried to, he's a fucking big boy. Tall. And he has a good build on. He's a good looking man. I'll be honest, he's my son, but he's an attractive man. And we got into it because he was supposed to be helping, but I guess I didn't get the memo. And I was getting frustrated with him. Well, I didn't get frustrated with him. I called my dad. And my dad come down. And it got into an altercation. And I was in the room, and my oldest son and I got into a verbal altercation. And I told him that you really need to grow up and stop and learn how to treat people. Because I'm going to be honest, he's a lot like my ex-husband in many ways. I swear they're a version of each other. Because there's times when I could swear that I'm looking at my oldest son. So that's the part that I know, it's almost, in ways it's almost laughable, but it still fucking hurts at the same time because it's that energy. So we got in, he got up out of that and he grabbed me right here. And he started moving me up and he tried to lift me up. But see, when he tried to lift me up, I made myself solid and I made myself pretty much stick to the floor. So kind of shoving, and when he did that, I grabbed him back. I grabbed him back, and he ended up against the wall. But he'll say he didn't. But he did. And my father, when this was happening, my father was hollering, "Come on, Tara, let's get out of here." And I just turned to my dad and I said, "Dad," I said, "no, just go outside." Because it comes a time when somebody's got to stand up, okay? And what ended up happening, I forgive, I forgive this. Like this, just it's an example of things that happen, okay? Because when that was happening, okay, I literally observed my son change form. I literally seen it, and that's the part of the spiritual health. Like if you're not spiritually healthy and protecting yourself, especially if you drink or use marijuana and stuff a lot, you're opening yourself up. Okay, but when you open yourself up, because when I was becoming more and more awake and more connected, I was smoking some THC, but it gave an off effect, so I stopped. Really, man? Not hard to tell you're home. So I told my dad to get out. And then I had a psychic vision. And in that psychic vision, I seen myself going down the steps. Because when my youngest son, like back a few years ago, my youngest son, he did the same thing. So it was almost like history was about to repeat itself. Because when my youngest son did it and he took and he went like that to me and threw me backwards, I flew back and hit the corner of the door casing from the whole head right down to the spine, right down the spine. And I went down. Well, when this happened with my oldest son, I ended up having a psychic vision that I was thrown backwards, only I went down the stairs. And prior to dying in 2019, I had a vision. It was like I was looking through a portal on the ceiling. And I could see myself in a hospital bed in a coma. And my niece standing beside the bed, but it was like I was sitting in a chair looking at myself. And my family was there. So when I had that psychic vision of me going downstairs, my oldest son, he let go. Whether they consciously know that that's what stopped it, I don't know. But it's that part that we're being told of things. And they commit the treason and high treason on the people to drain their energy. Because when you have fear, think of Monster Inc. In the beginning of the movie, what are they doing? They're going in and they're scaring children. They're scaring the people. They just look like children. So they're creating a fear to steal their energy, because if you watch the movie, you can see their scales go up because it was their energy source. See, the movies do tell you stuff, and they're showing you even in the fucking cartoons of what's happening. So in the end of that movie, it had that Scully saved the little girl, and they realized that laughing and happiness is a much bigger and better energy, because it's a part of being authentic. Authenticity is an extremely intense energy, and love. But they say like love is strong, But when you are still able to be authentic, even in the worst of storms, that's when you're stepping into your power. There's people that want to, people have dreams of being famous. Okay. Like, I mean, it's like I was watching like today, and I could get the feeling that some people don't like me because I talk about like about the materialistic stuff and shopping and stuff like that. I like shopping sometimes. I like being able to buy things sometimes, and I never said that there was anything wrong with that. What I did say was that they create these wars, they create all this stuff to create fear and anxiety, and people will go out and buy and buy and buy and buy. And my ex-husband isn't like that. You start hoarding things. That's why they create fear, because what's happening right now, everybody is hoarding. They're stacking up on everything. And my ex-husband does it a lot. He'll buy things just for buying it. Right now, he's upstairs banging around because it's another distraction. He's part of the matrix. So he's just shifted into another person, another version of himself. And I know he's like trying to shut down my algorithms. Well, you can try, because I can already feel that. I can feel what's happening. But I guess you need it more than I do, right? But I'll tell you right now, what ends up happening when you continuously steal people's energy, it's only going to hurt you in the end. Because if you looked at my ex-husband, you'd find out. It's almost crippling. Because you're not moving that energy. Oh, I know what he's doing, because usually, like when he comes home from being out somewheres and bringing stuff in, you don't hear this. So, Clarissa que me monta today, and this is all spirit to spirit, and like I said, those spirits know who I'm talking to. He's up there hollering now. Hello? No, I'm live. Okay, well, if you want to be seen on live, then you do what you so wish. I have no time for people's games. A lot of time, I have no time for people complaining. Because even when I was unwell, I rarely ever complained unless I was in a lot of pain. And then I would still refrain from saying anything because I felt like nobody cared anyways. But see, I don't have a problem. It's like if I have money, my last $5, I would give it to a homeless person. Because I have. I've actually driven by a homeless person, went up the road, turned around and came back, parked, and walked over to the middle of the road, to the middle of the two separate roads to give them the money. See, a lot of people would also be reluctant to even hug a homeless person but I have. And I done it wearing all white clothes because no matter who the person is, everyone needs a hug, even if they steal your energy. But I wouldn't recommend people really stealing somebody else's energy because if they know what you're doing, you eat poisonous food, don't you? It's like there last week when I got frustrated. He calls himself a pastor, but not being rude. You don't deserve that because you don't do what you preach, and that's why I got irritated with him because he got the week before that he got up and he preached and said about with prayer you need meditation to come to God, but they don't teach how to pray and they don't teach meditation, and they should be teaching those things. If they are true teachers, that's what they should be teaching. Not about the fucking crap to keep everybody fighting because that's what happens. I'm looking through TikTok and stuff like that to observe. And shit, man, like you got groups of people, they're divided into their own color, race, religion, what have you. Even sexual gender. And if you listen to these people you put in charge that are actually committing the high treason and treason on the people, and they're using the military to do that, which is another high treason in itself. People in the military, they believe they're going to fight a good fight. They're going to fight for the right thing. But it's that part of you're fighting someone else's fight. If you look back at history, okay, and you look at the buildings, okay, and then you look at them in ruins. This is going to sound a little fucked up, but how about I tell you this? Because I seen the thing of Gaza, what it looked like prior and now, or what have you, okay? And if people want to get irritated because I said the word Gaza, that's on you and that's foolishness. And don't, if you take offense to that, well, then that's you taking offense to it. I can't help that. But you're taking it all out of context. So when you look at the building, and then you look in ruins, whether it be in Russia, it doesn't matter where. Are we actually witnessing the past happening now? Are we actually in those books? Are those books actually telling you the future? Look at your hieroglyphics or your the things on the different walls, and they have those images. We were all living together at one point. Fine. Seriously. Let's see. Maybe what we perceive to be the future, like I said, was actually the past. Or sorry, the past was actually, never mind, I know that got confusing for me for a second. Because it would be confusing to anybody. Have a look at that. Okay, let's bring some reality to you. See that? All those? What do they look like? They look like helicopters, planes, right? Now, if you go watch the Avatar movie, okay, they have the helicopters and ships and stuff like that hunt the human to invade. And they're using the helicopters. And the avatars would have been from times back, right? Millenniums, sorry. Okay, so, and then the carriage. And people say, oh, well, that's all myth. No, it's not myth. Like, you think of it this way, horse and buggy. The horse and buggy. Energy, levitation. Seriously. The falling from grace, it's more of a falling from grace is you're falling from your own divinity. You're falling from your own abilities and powers, because if you watch the show Charmed, there's an episode there where the gods take their powers from them, or sorry, one of their powers from them, because of the way she used it. Like some of these places, the way they looked, but they're finding out, they're digging them up now. Are we not getting storms right now? Mudslides, earthquakes, volcano eruptions, tornadoes, twisters, friggin' tsunamis and shit like that. And fuck. That's the stuff that they didn't teach you in school. All they taught you about, like they're teaching you about the war, but it's keeping you going. Because it's keeping divided, and then you're put in school, and then they're dividing the children, and then they're also dividing the children by their education, and they're putting it out. They're bringing it out to the other students, and it's that part of how do you think those other students feel when you're praising others and in some way shooting others down because they're not as far ahead. It's that part of, do you know what's happening within their home for them not to be able to focus? And I know that they say it can't be used as an excuse. Some people learn differently. I'm in my class. I'm in my class right now. I like the people, and a lot of stuff I can't cover because there's a thing of going on the computer. I don't like the computer that much. I go on to research, and I don't even check my emails for that because I want to be learning by experience, by going and observing for myself to make my own observation, not the observation of somebody else. So you have the horse and buggy, okay? In those times, they were flying horse and buggy. So is a horse and buggy not from the past? We're all living in the same time, but different timelines. So everything, it depends on how it progresses or degresses. I was about to go like that again. And that's how much and how so into electronics, our phones and our screens now. And the screens are hurting the eyes. So now I just did that with my book. I've done it other times. So it's actually it's funny, and I do laugh when it happens because like shit, man, I'm just as bad for that stuff too, because you get into that place. But when I go on TikTok and stuff, that is to me, that is my that is my calling, that is my job, that is the work that spirit is asking me to do, is look into this stuff because I'm damn good at research. I just don't like reading because I find it really hard on the head. So it's easier to just go out and experience it and feel the energy and allow that stuff to tell me their story. Pictures here. People are going to say, oh, those are Photoshop. And if you look at these buildings, these big fancy buildings in the churches with those big freaking huge doors. See, they say about the giants eating the people and killing the people, right? The humans, right? But did you ever think that maybe the humans attacked for what they had? But I could see if they weren't sharing the wealth and they were keeping the people in poverty. But see, they're both sides have their reasons for it. They were both trying to protect their people. See, I'll pick up a book, and it's not that I read it, as I just start feeling it, and I start kind of channeling it. I do it with roots in a tree. I got videos on here. I got the bee on my shoulder, and I'm just like, or the wasp or horn or whatever the frig it was. We're just sitting there. No, I don't get stuck. Because when your vibration is up, it's a part of matching the vibration. See these buildings. Do you really think that the humans back then built that stuff? There's things where like giants would be helping the people build things. But at that time, you had also different kings and queens, like you have now. 111, and things like that. There's a lot of ones, straight up and down. Creativity. I actually had a dream one night. It was like a vision. And I got really confused. Like, why did I have a dream about 1111? 4 ones. It was like, what? And then it was like, oh shit, like the Matrix. And I had one where it was like a pine cone. And the pine cone represents the pineal gland, the eye, the third eye. However you look at that, I had that. It's telling me, your dreams tell you things. Oh, gusto ka magkanana, ito no, siya kuya sa ka. Asa tuturo piti kaya pa, ina kaya, sukuri, masaya na sa ano, ya, tutuwe, tayo, ala kuto pa kaya. So, if you look at people, you think of it this way. Okay, some people they can transmute sugar, and then others that can't transmute it. But see, it's going to sound loopy. It's the reason why it's like that is because from each planet, because people were from other planets in the DNA. So it gets passed down, other universe, passed down. That's why you have different forms. Because if you look, it's like it says about the Lemurians, okay, and the ones with the life and what have you. Because at that time, what was happening is the zoology, okay? And think of right now, okay? We're experimenting, right? We're experimenting on animals. How do I put this? Different genes, combining different DNAs and genes, well, different genes. I'm still learning. Yes, some multiple things. Oh yeah. Want to see something? How you like the ship? Oh, that there was up on top of that. That's the water tower. This was on top of it. See, it was vibrating, and it actually looked more triangular shape, and it was like a, it was almost like it was a golden bronze. And it was, seen it like it was a light looking up on the tower, but when you look through the binoculars, you could actually see what it looked like. Then that. Can anybody see that? There's a thing that goes like that, like a lightning bolt. Young thing. Okay. Oh. That's why I swipe. Oh, shit ass. Yeah, shit ass. Here it is again. Because it's vibrating. So each time I take a picture, see if I can. Just see if this works. Oh, that's better. Each time yeah, right here you can see it. Oh, it goes up like that and then down like that and over and then down. Okay. So if you see that, that works. Okay. So if you see that, oh shit, wrong way. I'll zoom it in. Okay. This was 40 or 200 to 300 feet away from me. Yeah, sorry. There it is at a. See? Like I know that. Oh, that's supposed to be the moon. This here is when I took the picture of this little dot. That's the ship. See? And if you sit and you look at that picture in the dark, you can actually see, on the water tower, and you can see the trees beside the water tower. See? You can see the stars in there too, in the background. Oh, that's a ship. Oh, those little dots. See, and those are on the water tower. That's just right by it. That's on the water tower, and those are right by it. Okay. Oh, there it is, closer up. And I don't know what that was. I guess I got something I didn't know, unless it is that glowing differently. And there, that's supposed to be the moon. I just heard, oh shit. Yeah. See, it comes down here. You see that line there? Okay. See? And that's supposed to be, and here's another picture of it. Now, does that look like the moon? Or does it look like a ship? Because this here, well, it's like this. It goes around, up, and then it goes down here, and then goes, and then it does a hump, and then it goes like that. So it's shaped like a saucer UFO almost. Essa tutorial cache, cara, tutorial. Isso é como tudo bonito, tudo isso, tutorial, tutorial. And there it is again, only it's vibrating differently. This is the same thing. As you can see the stairs right there. And that's not the dots on my computer because you're seeing them zoom in. And there it is there. Okay. And if you can, I don't know how well you're seeing it on there. Okay. I'm just seeing the light. So it's the hump. It has a hump, like it has like a little sitting car, like the windshield, and you're all in a bubble. Think of the Jetsons. Okay, so if you look here, I'll zoom them in. Oh shit, man, that's bright. No, no, it's just one freaking massive light, okay? But you can see the beam right in there because you can see it sitting up or standing up. It would be actually it's standing up because oh shit, breathe. Oh, oh crap. Okay, guys, you're standing up and it's like you're this. You're like this on the controls, and your energy in your hands are the controls because it's through your mind. It's I know, pretty fucking sci-fi, right? Just tell me. Holy crap. I'm not smoking nothing, but you know what? Right now, I almost wish I was, but not. Fudge. Yeah, no, no more than it's good. Holy crap. Somebody say, ground. I do ground. See? I'm holding selenite right now. Holy heck. Damn. Fuck. Yeah. Oh, shit. Crap. Crap. Yeah. Yeah. I'm all good. A little spastic, but you know, I'm all good. You know, it's almost like it's part of the humility, right? People would say, well, you know, you should be humiliated or embarrassed for this. And it's like, no, I shouldn't. It's you who's embarrassed. It's like, whoo, yeah, let's go party. I mean, you may, when it's happening, you may as well make light of it because, you know, some people, my sister told me, I don't want to do what you do. Well, you don't want to do what I do. So what is it that I do that you don't want to do? Everybody's here for a different reason, and it don't all happen the same. Crap, holy shit, man. Count your blessings. I am, family. Holy crap. Shit. This is, okay. Yeah. I guess this is what I am meant to be going through right now. Nobody said enlightenment was easy, and nobody said the part like that spiritual awakening. But I'm telling you, it may feel painful, but it's releasing it. I told someone yesterday to go in front of the camera and just like even talk look at yourself and talk as if you're talking to them, because those ones that you are talking to are a part of you. Because every time you felt traumatized or neglected or anything like that, you took that energy and never let it go. So for every time that you feel that you had to take blame for your, like, how do I explain that shit? That you have to face it, because that's a part of the demon part of it. Somebody didn't like me saying that, oh well. It's when you have fear, you create fears, and you take on those fears. When you watch movies, whatever you see in that movie, you're taking on that energy. But when you take on that energy, it almost becomes a memory. And how do I explain? Okay, by memory. Because it triggers a past trauma. So when it triggers that past trauma, you remember actual consciousnesses that you lived through or experienced, whether it be in your physical body or your astral body, or even a form of the consciousness, because you could be experiencing somebody else's memory, because it's that the wiring all go through. I'm not going to go in depth right now, but it's that part of being the oneness. I experience you, and you would experience me, but it's that part of not being aware that that's what you're actually experiencing. Because it's those parts of you. God is how you perceive it. If some wanted to see it that way. How do you perceive yourself? The part of when I say about going and doing a video, it's going and doing a video, okay, and talk in that video as if you're giving somebody else advice in the same position you are. What would you say to them? Because you probably wouldn't say the same thing to them that you say to yourself. Because we all can give pretty good advice for the most part. But the part is, do we take our own? And usually we don't. Because we don't see that mirror at us. So when you start seeing that mirror, you go in and you do that, it's like you're talking to those parts of your spirit. your inner child, youth, what have you, that carried everything from whatever it experienced. I learned that the hard way. And so did many others. I'll turn the light back on. Is that one good enough? Yes. Okay. So, and this. Oh no, I'm still showing. So no, I don't want that light back on. Yeah, I don't know what it is. They were in the sky. And that, if I had the money to print my pictures off, I would. But right now, I don't have the money to get the ink because right now there's other things important at the moment. Now, this here, see that? That's the moon. But you tell me, what that is on the moon. Because to be honest, don't they say the man on the moon, and that looks like the face of a face? Look straight. Oh shit! Holy hell! That's the moon. But was I catching a ship at the moon? It actually looked. Again. And like, what's that black spot there? If you can see it, right? It's right around there somewhere. Okay. Now, looks like a saucer. But see, that's it there. See that? What the hell? The heck? Holy crap. See, it's so freaking bright. And it's a slice in the sky. Seriously. Again, yeah, I am showing pictures because when you look at this stuff, actually observe it and don't dismiss it, because the ones that are telling you that it's nothing or that it's your camera, most times it's actually not. I don't know if that was the moon. There it is again. It's a slice, but bigger, because it was a slice. Oh, and there. Now, I have, shit. is it? There's the moon. It's the, oh, see this? Oh, and that. I don't know what that is. I really don't. Maybe it's a sort of ship or one of those things they put in the sky. And that, I don't know. And there it is there. It's pretty cool. So wires. But I do have videos that I took. Oh, here's my Gazoo. That's my Gazoo. I call him my Gazoo. That is by my house when I was staying in my camper. And there he is there. Oh, shit. And there. I'm showing you that we're not alone. There's a lot of different, I'm just looking for something. Here was my Christmas tree the first year I was here. Do you see that? That's not my camera. Okay. I'm showing that because, and here's his face disappearing. See, I feel somebody, yeah, it is weird. And this is what I have been trying to say. And somebody will say, well, it's the camera. No, it's not. You can see the wall through his arm. This was that place that I showed on a video earlier. That was the living room. I did all that. And there was our tree. Oh, shit ass. It keeps changing. Oh, this way now? I hate when they do that. Oh, it's because I'm holding it upside down. Frick it, asshole. Oh, this one. That's the one I was looking for. And that is my ex-husband putting stuff under the tree. Yes. See, he wasn't always and always the way he is. And nobody ever is when they experience so much stuff. It's trying to understand people. And when you start feeling with the heart, then in ways, if you actually listen to one another, you're explaining you're explaining each other's story, but it's so similar. Oh, shit. It'll keep switching on me. See? Why is it doing that? Piss off, you. Okay, you can get an idea. That's how I liked my Christmases. It was like to me, Christmas was about family and the imagination. Always experiencing that inner child of surprise. And some people never really got to experience that. Which everybody should be able to experience that if they so desire or want. So the Santa Claus is actually up in here. It's creativity, imagination, And your energy flows up through the spine and in through your whole body. And I felt that, just so you know. I don't know why I took these pictures. Oh, can I go and... Oh, I can rotate it. Well, that was rude. Oh my goodness, yeah. It can be trivia at times. And oh crap, I can't. I thought I could oh. No, I thought I could rotate it. Oh, I can. Good. This was my Christmas. And see if I can find good old Saint Nick. Yeah. No. Some people used that and did not great deeds. I got that Santa in 2006. And that tree, I had sitting in my dining room for, oh gosh, about 2 or 3 years behind my little old-fashioned sewing machine. Oh yeah, I had my tree up all year. Oh, here he is. See, people look and when they, okay, the face that a lot of people imagine of God is an older man with bushy white hair and a bushy white long beard, right? Here it is all together. Oh, wow. Oh, that's better. That's not where I live here. That's not from where I live now. And this brings back a lot of memories. This was before I moved here. It was after, just a little bit after my awakening. I just heard that's a beautiful photo. You should sell that. I do. Like, I like decorating. My mom, she used to do it all the time. Every year, she'd do it. I showed pictures one time of the way my mom's house, it was like the whole house was all decorated, streamers and the lights and everything. It was like it was a wonderland. And the wonderland is it's the joy. And my mom kept that creation. And she owned it. I will be honest. My mom was my inspiration. I like to be neat. My youngest son and my nephew, they'd come to my place sometimes. And I had my little coffee table. And I had something in the middle of it. And I'd leave the room and I'd come back and I'd walk over to the coffee table, put it back where it was. And then it happened a few times. And then I ended up realizing, like, they kept moving it because they started laughing. They couldn't hold back no more. But when you're feeling well, you're not only are you keeping your internal, like, not only like you're keeping your internal well and cleaning it up, and that's what you do in your exterior. And I showed something earlier today on my TikTok. I uploaded it. I don't know if, like, I don't care if he would get mad, but I was using it as an example of what happens when people, like, they have the attachments, they have that anxiety and the holding on, and they can't get out of that mental conflict, because the mental conflict is the mental conflict of mental but spiritual, mind, heart. Yeah, and you got your other brain there. And that's your inner knowing, that inner child aspect, I guess you could say, in some ways. Many See, we don't realize sorry, I'm not sorry. This was me before. To become, I had a weight problem. It was down or it was up, and but for the most part, before my car accident, it mainly stayed the same. And then I had my car accident, and my pills, and like I was drinking lots of coffee because it was like I had a pressure on my brain, and I was drinking lots of coffee to use as a diuretic. And sometimes I was literally taking and sticking my head in the crevice of the couch to apply pressure. And the bird's looking at me. See, I know I have. Oh, look at him. What a cutie. Maybe he'll be my boyfriend because I got no other. I'm not looking for anyone right now. Right now, I'm just like, I'm finding me, because if I can't find me, then I can't find that other half of me or part of me that I feel I'm missing. And I also showed a picture, like in that video, I showed the backyard here of the look that he has. And that was the yard before what I showed you. Look at that. Look at him in there. That's it. Yes. Okay. A lot of people are showing that. Okay. You're actually like, yeah, you may not be seeing it through the naked eye at times, but it gets picked up. The same as when you take if somebody takes a picture, and some people say it's it has a face, like there's an extra face in there. Okay, so some people get what appears to be bright lights in their photos. Those are orbs. They're actual forms of spirit, light beings. And ja, como en sprites and fairies. And there's another one, only has a rainbow. See, I live next to a cemetery and across from a church. And I knew, and it's, I always grew up around it. Okay. And it wasn't until the past few years that I realized what I was experiencing. And sometimes it's that part of you find out, like, you go where you need to be at the times that you need to be there. Except sometimes it's not always, you don't always have it scheduled. It just comes up. But I've been told that since we come here, the energy around has been becoming, I guess, I had somebody say that the energy around the whole place feels lighter, because where I'm at, it was like a native community. Well, I mean, it was 10,000 years ago they were here, and other things happened, and they put it, the community was thriving because the military come in and put in a base, and and they started building things around there. So the community was thriving. But when the military packed up and left, it tore down all the buildings and took its stuff as salvage so they could reuse it, and left a bunch of crap behind, but left the community poor again. And I'll be honest, that's what happens. That's like, they destroy property to play their war games, and when they run out of that property, then they want to do it to another. But it's that part of where, like, that's where it's also the fall from grace, because you're not grateful for what you have. So if you're not grateful for what you have, how would you expect to have more? Because you're too focused on what you don't have, opposed to seeing what you do have, being grateful for that, because then the rest will come. It's a manifestation. When you stop fearing something, the fear goes away, right? Because you empower yourself. This was it too. He actually wanted to turn it into like a private campground, and I kind of told him that I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to see him do that. What I see for this place, like, I see his creation too, the color of the place and things like that, and what have you. I would love to be able to purchase it from him and fix up the whole property, and just put little things around that the community benefits from. Because what I see is that to buy it from him and then use it like as if for the community, and then nobody would be living in the place. It would be the whole property for the community. But there would be certain things situated within the building itself too. I even told him that there's a piece of property next door where they come and they started clear cutting it so that they could dump mud in there. And it was funny because it was not long after my ex-husband, he was getting pissed off about some sort of rope or something like that. And I was getting aggravated, and I went, and things were happening. And I went downstairs in the little shed thing looking for something for him, and I hollered out, "Bring back what you fucking stole, or give back what you stole." And a couple weeks later, they started bringing back the mud because they turned it into a quarry thing. Don't like what I have to say. And it was nice looking at that. But if you look on the video, it's no longer like that. And he started planting plants around. He's got 6 trees where he has 6 trees over here now, but this wasn't like this when he put the trees in. Oh, there's Gazoo again. Only he's a ball this time. With him in the middle. With him's in the middle. Kaya sa tamay siya lagi sa noim. Disi ko tatay. Kaya to tom. Ikuribriye. There's the peanut in the sky. Oh, and there's the zigzag. Oh, I don't know if that's showing up right. In my screen, it's not. But it's going like almost Gazette again. Oh my gosh, I didn't notice that before. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. I didn't notice that before. Well, I probably haven't looked at these. But that's up in the sky. Because there's the stars. There's a half moon. Although the thing is, when I was saying about like the kiss my ass part, I actually really thought like pulling my pants down and yeah, telling, because I was born bum first, so I was telling the world to kiss my ass as I come out. Not to be mean, but I'm not saying it's you guys. I'm saying that the spirits know who I'm talking to. I haven't looked at my pictures in a while. I will be honest. Oh. This is like really? Going through old pictures sometimes is very therapeutic because you start remembering things and you start seeing things within it. And sometimes it don't make sense because I know that there was an experience that I had, and I was going through some old photo albums and I was looking at them, and it was really strange because I was like kind of glitching at times. But I know that it was showing me different things. It was like sharing the different versions of each other. And sometimes it's so that you can begin to understand each other. So it's almost like that's when you start communicating with others through the mind. And sometimes it can be overwhelming when you don't know what you're experiencing. That's why you get a lot of mind chatter. It's like you feel like you're all over the place and trying to be in 10 different places at once. So every time you experience that feeling, what you're actually doing is you're sending that energy out there and you create it. But if you look at Ant, the Ant-Man, think of when he ended up duplicating himself to be able to get up out of the hole. And then once he accomplished what he was searching for, it all come back to him. That was my kitty cat. Holy shit. This is going to be weird. Oh, yes. We'll get back to the freaky shit. Okay, now. You see that? You can see the stars in there. How about that one? Yeah, holy shit, what the fuck is that? Okay, that's the sky. Because you can zoom in a little more. I just got, are you a believer yet? Oh, shit. And have a gander at that. Have a look-see. Just a regular camera. There's a peanut again. But it's actually like, it's like a streak, and then down here. Oh, here. Get it? Yep. Oh, I hope you guys can see that there. Oh, how about that picture? Look. See? See that energy? I should actually get that. I should actually get that developed. Look, the foot is doubled and the cleaning solution is doubled, and that's what I was saying. And it's not my camera. So, you know, it wasn't a cheap camera either. See? Where's his feet? Right here. His feet are doubled. And then the bottle's behind his feet. See that? What the fuck? There was one night I was sitting and I was going to watch Anger Management, I think it was called. And these strange voices, I think I put it on my Facebook. I think I might have it on here. I'm not sure because I did at one time. But oh yeah, it was weird. And I paused it, or no, it was doing it, and I started getting the people in the house to come and listen because it was like, but a little more you could like understand a bit more. It wasn't so mongy. And then like it just paused. It didn't have that ring around like the internet or anything went out. It paused. And I tried to unplug it. It wouldn't. So I ended up switching it off, like going back and then going back in it. And then they were talking normal. This here was the yard where I lived before I got divorced. That was on an acre of land. There was the brook. The brook went along there. And the farmer across the way, he contaminated the brook. He contaminated the wells around there. He ended up like, I don't understand why the province would tell you to put a well next to a road where salt would come down because it was like the well was down lower than the road. And they put the septic over by the brook, which I couldn't understand that. Now, the reason why my ex-husband sold his house was more so because of the farmer. Because the farmer used to have his silage up back behind his barn. But all of a sudden, he was taking and he was putting his silage, might have been 12, 15 feet from our well. Kisito pure ikimotoi. Kiata. Don't do it again. Kisitoim. What just happened there? I felt something rubbing against my leg. That's why I was looking down. There's another picture of it. Like it might have been a small piece of property. But he put all the plants in it. He had a green thumb. And he took good care of it. There's the sun. Do I feel it? Yep. It's like, what? Holy shit. Oh, I don't know. See? Yeah, it's up there. Oh crap. It's I know I'm showing pictures, but I'm talking as I do it because I'm going through my pictures with you all while I'm sitting here talking with you. See? This was our view out the front. I will say he put his he put his cows out and rotated them. But see, he wanted to destroy he destroyed the wells around there because there was two houses next to each other and they shared the same well. And then us across the road. And the farmer, I think the farmer had like, I don't know if he was, no, because he ended up contaminating his own well or something like that. But he was putting the silage. And now the woman that bought the place, from what I understand, she's taking him to civil court, which I say, you go, girl. See, the farmers that don't care are probably not the farmers that are out there fighting. Because it's those big farmers that are trying to take the little farmers' farm from them. One day I was sitting at the front in my camper and I was just kind of taking a picture. And all of a sudden I seen this thing. It was just like a little, like it wasn't really big, but it was like it come up out of the ground, like come up from the ground by the cows. And it kind of zoomed and went down the road. I don't think I have that. Oh, there's my little, oh no. Our dog passed away. We had to have him put down. But see, my dogs and that, they got sick. Well, the last one that passed away, he got sick because of getting the flea meds. He ended up having seizures. And I mean, like, they were bad. Like, he would pee himself. And he started losing his sight. And he started, like, he was itchy. And my other dog, she was pretty good. She was a talker. And she talked for everyone. She talked for the three dogs because we rescued another Shih Tzu from a breeder. And when we went and got him, oh my gosh, it was terrible. You couldn't see how cute he was or how big he was. Because he had so much hair that it was knotting. It was all knotted and poop in it and just feces all over him. So I took him home and I held him in the car. He stunk. Like, oh my gosh, it was thrush and everything. And I got him in the tub. Got my big bikini on and I got in the tub. And I put him in with me, and I was sitting in shit with him because I was cleaning him. So we made an appointment with the groomer. And that stinky little dude, It looked so big and all mad. When he got cleaned up and shaved down, what a dainty cute little thing. He was only tiny, like. And we had to have him put down because his eyes, they were so stuck together that they had to kind of help him, and they had to give him the ointment. Well, the ointment made his eyes worse. There's just green pus all the time. We had to have all his teeth taken out. And we had to have his eyes removed. But he got along pretty good. He still could make the food, and we'd soften it up. And oh yeah, like he was cute, really cute, and he was Oscar, and we had Jewel. It's okay, and she was the talker, and German Shepherds didn't know what to do with her. So whenever the two boys would want something, they'd tell her, and she would come and tell us what they wanted. They wanted to go out, or if they wanted water or food. So she was outside one day, and she got something in her eye. So I took her to the vet. And the vet, when he was checking her eye, he jabbed her in the eye. And we had to have that eye removed. After he told us to just, keep giving her the salve, give her the salve. And her eye just bust. It was just constant. I couldn't keep up with it. They were saying, like, even if her medication, and I was on a disability. So I was being taken advantage of. And I could feel that when I first went in there, but I didn't know, because my dog, because she was telling me she didn't want to be in there. And it was like I was not listening to her, because she was like a little girl. She was a prissy diva little bitch girl. A little like me, I guess women say sometimes, but heart with attitude, because she'd be loving. And I mean loving. And she ended up getting this in her stomach. Her stomach just started growing. But I actually trusted someone to breed her, because I wanted to give my grandmother and her husband a dog. Because the first set that the set that my girl and the oldest boy had, they had 6 puppies. That was the first litter, and he was working with one testicle. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So they had 6 babies, and there was this little one. she was, oh my gosh, she was so freaking dainty. Like, I mean, she was like, when all of them were bigger, she was like she was like a kitten. And she actually resembled a kitten. So I asked like my grandmother if she at first if she wanted her, and she had said no. So I sold her to another person, and I didn't sell her for much. Because I wasn't like really in it for the money, but it was like then I get her needles and everything, because they never got to take the puppies until they were like 10, 12 months or 10, 12 weeks. And I mean, they were so sweet that it was like, wow. But they were like their father and they were like their mother. So this here. Yep, that green thing again. And it's not the camera. That's Gazoo. How many of you have watched the Flintstones? So, think about that. And it's not a delusion. It's actually so. Yep, it's shaped like a peanut too. I don't know if you can see that right. Well, I don't know, but that was supposed to be the moon. See? Oh, look, there's orbs in there. See all those bubbles? And it's not rain, because that's from in the house. It's not rain. Because you can see it here, up here, and then a bunch over here. See? Here. A bunch over here. Nice moon. Oh, yes. How about that? Could you explain that? Oh my gosh, I turned it around and it was like, I seen a penis. Oh gosh. Oh, it's that movie Mike Myers is on. Gold something. Oh, no. Okay, The Spy Who Shagged Me. Didn't he have a penis shaped? It wasn't. It was supposed to have been a penis shaped ship or something like that. See, it's. Did you ever zoom in on, like, if you took a picture and you got the stars in it? Have you ever zoomed in on the stars? Because some of them look like diamonds. Seriously. Oh, I think I do. Okay. Get a understand. I was chubbier then. But that was taken when I first started becoming enlightened. There was my camper. That was my camper. I had bought that out of my pain and suffering money that the government took from me because they classed it as an income. So for 8 months, roughly, I lived in there. And was it ever quiet? Well, I mean, to be in there by myself, like I felt comfortable because it was my place. I paid for it, and it was like nobody could take that from me. But in ways, the government did take it from me because they took the money from me that I used to pay for it. That wasn't an income, it was for my pain and suffering. Now, it looks like my cat's eyeball is like popping out or duplicating or something. It's weird. I don't know if you can see that right. But there is one picture. Oh my gosh. If I can. Oh, here it is. Where's his face going to? If you see, it's like it's kind of like if you're looking at me like this. So when you get going, when you get going so fast, like what you've seen in my son's picture, if your vibration is like that, it's almost like you go on a different frequency, so you become invisible, and that's when people like think that people are disappearing. I know that felt weird, but it's kind of it's not that they kind of shift out of your view. Okay, one day I was over at the church one night before shit went on. I was at the church and I was sitting there and I was watching the pastor. And what I ended up doing was literally, I looked right through him. Because I no longer seen him, I seen the wall. And that's why, like, people can say that, okay, like, did you see that? And people are like, what? I didn't see nothing. But you did actually see something. You've seen it on a different frequency, kind of like your television channels. A different channel. A different channel is a different frequency within yourself. Well, that was a curl up. Oh, shit. Dang it. It's like, are you done yet? This is true. Oh, shit. Onatana suda dai sure sa lai shokumota dai sa era keum kitu tu priki ha shkoi shkoi te makai. Yeah, it's a head scratcher, all right. Sakuta pa ya samutia ala puto soya suya tukom. It's like, yeah, lady, what drugs are you on? Well, I'm not on none. Oh, sorry, I did take some CBD just before I got on here. And CBD is not THC. So, I've had a bad day. I've had a bad week. And, I'm not taking it out on anybody. No, I don't take it out on anybody. what I do is like the people who gave it to me, and that's where I put it because those are the ones that need the more mirroring. So, some people will say, sometimes you got to speak their language, but, when you speak their language, they don't like it. Be authentic, like holy, like if you want to, I just like got like, if you want to dance like oh my God, even for me to even feel like I have to hold this back because people would take it all out of context. If I said, just, if you want to dance, dance like a fairy. Bring that inner child back out. And I just felt that people took offense to that. But you look at Tinkerbell. Was she not a fairy? I just heard pixie. Well, a pixie is like a fairy. They're just slightly different. And that's okay because everything doesn't have to be the same. Are you a cookie cutter? Are you a cookie cutter? Why do you even want to be a cookie cutter? You can be everyone, but still be you. There's a young fella around here, and he said that he wanted to get into rap. It's that part of, well, the only way to get into it is to step into it. You just got to start writing down what it is and then just implementing it through different areas. If doing things like that interest you, then it's that part of, for that person to go and ask for some teachings of how to use a specific instrument like a keyboard or something like that, because a lot of rappers, they'll use the keyboards. See, I don't have to hear him to feel like I could understand the lyrics of it. I probably wouldn't listen to it if it was like a lot of, so I can't say anger because a lot of the time that's how songs can come out sometimes. They come in frustration, and it's telling the story of the experience. But when you get those ones that are just like a constant F and like so about like calling people just slang names, excuse me, things like that. If people want to call each other slang names, well, that's up to you guys. And if you sing it, because that's your language. But not everybody knows how to speak the language, and sometimes they don't resonate with it to speak that language. But there's no harm in trying to understand the language so it doesn't become so offensive. Oh, shit. Yeah. Okay. It's experiencing. It's just, it's movement. It's like sometimes the nerve endings just kind of flowing, and sometimes it just takes a jolt flow. Okay. Que se todo riesce come se quieto purete quieto ina tu sukote. Spirit to spirit, and they know who I'm at. Dishukukure totorim. Diskitatai. So, kimakoletatai. It's pretty. Out of the people would say out of the ordinary, but this is what these are parts of me. But it's that part of being able to own your own shit. Yeah. Well, I know. Yeah, I got my blubber tonight. Yes, show that time. So I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it there. But first, I'm gonna show you a couple more books. These are the things that I'm interested in. Because one night when I started awakening, I was sitting and I was watching Ancient Aliens, and they had stuff. They had hieroglyphics. Shit, maybe I'm supposed. I gotta look through this, man. Oh, this is a nice friggin' book. So where are they? Oh, there's the eye and everything. Oh man, this is the stuff that I'm interested in, and I struggle to get able to read it. There's no words. There's some with the hieroglyphics that, oh yes, go home. Oof, shit. Okay. Quisiera que será. There's a bird. Yeah, I really got to look at this book because there's a girl on, not a girl. There's a woman on here, and she does a lot about the ancient South and Inky and all them, and the Anunnakis and what have you. And when she said, she makes a lot of sense, and she'll talk about Billy Carson, and the one who wrote the Emerald Tablets. And like I said earlier, I see it, and like I like her channel. See? Right now, this is the closest I'm getting to seeing this stuff. So I don't like where oh yeah. Scare geometry. This is all like what has to do with like parts of the world, parts of us, parts of our ancestors, parts of you, parts of me. And we're just been suppressed from it. That's better. I can see myself now. We're suppressed with it. And a lot of it is considered taboo because the taboo is what we perceive to be the truth. And we feel like the truth can't come up because of what have you, but it's that part of sometimes it's more like I said, whose truth is it? But it's your ancestors, and you're experiencing your ancestors. So if they're your ancestors, then they are parts of you. That's why I've told people to look into the genealogy. I did. And when I started looking, holy crap, I went way down the freaking rabbit hole. Like, holy shit, man, you get to, like, you realize, like, oh my geez, like, holy snapping arseholes, like, frig. For what I seen, it was like a mixture of everything. And it all had to do more so with religious beliefs. It'd be on the same side, but it would be the greater grandfather removed, like so many removed. They had religious seals, and he and his family, but it was, some of them were Christians, some of them were Baptists, some of them were Catholic, some of them were Lutheran, and some had no belief. But a lot of it was their teachings of the old ways. My family built ships, did some shipbuilding. He had a lumber mill. He had a grist mill. He was a farmer. but he couldn't read or write. But he was said to be the best, the one that was a good businessman. But the community was thriving then. But they say that there's a curse. So if there's a curse somewhere, it's usually because something foul play happened. And some things are accidents, and some things are deliberate out of ignorance and greed. And that's what our ancestors went through. See, from my understanding, residential schools started more so in the European countries, and it was brought down here. But my family was leaving to get away from religious lash. So it was that fleeing more so to get a fresh start somewhere else, because they're in where my family resided at times, ancestors resided at times, they're finding spots of certain rock formations, circles, crystals. But see, that was hidden again, because when I say ships with my ancestors, it makes me wonder what type of ship. Because I know that there was 2 ships that my family was said to have built, and the royal, like the English, were using those ships. One, I believe, was called the Hero, and Crawl, something like that. I have it because I started gathering the stuff. But see, a lot of it was people fighting just to keep their land. Because it was Cornwallis who come in, and it was somebody he had on his side that scalped my 7th great granddaddy. So if you look at the show Frozen, or the movie Frozen, Frozen 2, if you look, it was an indigenous man, Indian man, Native man, however one refer. Because it in there it showed that he come up behind him and killed him, scalped him. And that's what had been done. And when you look at the history of, and they say about the man there being scalped, well, that was my 7th great granddaddy. And it was because he was trying to protect some people. And his wife, his pregnant wife, and 1.5-year-old son witnessed it. So it's when you have what you perceive to be dreams, it's actually your ancestors showing you things. When you have a dream and you come back and you feel exhausted, why do you think you feel exhausted? Because you experienced it. I told my dad one day, because he told me that he had a dream that he was at his work and his bosses were standing around and he was trying to get into a garbage bag. And he said that he was struggling trying to get in it. And he said he woke up exhausted, like he really experienced it. You see, when I tried to tell him that what he was experiencing was someone being put in a body bag and he was fighting it. But you know, what do I know? Huh? What, because I didn't go to university? See, I even have a Bible. I was going to even get an Ethiopian Bible, a Torah and Quran, because I don't know, and I wanted to study a whole lot of things at the university, but I'd rather experience it and be able to read the stuff for myself, so I don't have a bunch of stuff that, like I said, that they see. I have chakra books. I have alkaline books, meditation, 3-minute positivity. Now, whether I read them or not, that's a whole other story. Oh, crap. Just, I told you I told you I don't like reading. Some things I will get into, but I never finish. I don't always finish reading them. Usually not. But it's getting back into it because lately it's there's been so much around that I meditate and everything like that. But it's just more so that I don't want to put anything in right now because I'm still sorting through other shit. I do glance at stuff, but things come more and more. And this is going to probably get some noses up and out of joint. But it was part of the teachings. And see, your way of belief and the ones at the top, they know this. But they don't want you to remember that you already know this. It's all in how we use our thoughts, our words, our voice, our body language, even eye contact. Because Because I know some of you have seen me do that before. I actually seen my great niece do it. And holy crap, what a saucy little turd fart she is. And it just, like I say, she's a turd because it reminds me of, like, hey, she's going to be one of those ones that I hope she knows how to stand up for herself, but not bully people. And that's part of what happens because I'm going to be honest, she's going through something right now and she's only little. She lost her father a couple of years ago. So she wasn't she doesn't know or quite understand. So yeah, I know. That's what I said before was children react in certain ways when something's bothering them. It's not that they're being bad or not listening or anything like that. They're experiencing something that they don't know how to express, like the human, or the human, yes, but it's like the adult. It doesn't matter what age you are, you can experience it because when that's happening, what you're experiencing is you're continuously experiencing your inner child because it needs to be heard, but it's not being heard because it's not allowed to speak up because you're told to suppress it all. And then it becomes heavy. Some people say that yoga and meditation and things like that, or if you use crystals or books or what have you, or spells, but I will be honest, each their own, but I don't fully agree with spells because it takes the person's free will away. Yeah, no, it's not that we would never speak. It's we'll all learn. It's that part of we'll all remember that we know how to speak each other's language because we once did know how. Whether it come out in English or French or German or Celtic or Portuguese or Indian, Inuit, Mi'kmaq. I don't know a lot of languages right now. Everything will come back because you'll have that understand. It'll just click and you'll be able to understand each other. Because right now, everybody's fighting in certain places. And there's others who are coming together and they're uniting because they see the same goal, the same focus, opposed to focusing on too busy being distracted by the things that they are using to divide us. So because of the way it's been used, it's been a big, huge taboo for people who don't understand. And what I mean by they don't understand is that it's been such a taboo. It's been said in the system as being a taboo that it's demonic, that it's this, that it's that. So it's keeping in people in fear who have this ability to be able to be who they are and be authentic because of what others have done in the past and are still doing today, which it's like, wow, I don't understand that. Like, this was 2000, said to be 2000 years ago. And like, holy shit, like, we're doing the same thing, but it's not just doing it in individual, it's all tribes coming together for the same reason. See, I even had that stigmata about a year and a half ago, around about there, because I went and I bought the crystal ball, and it had the pentagram in it. Okay. And a lot of people see that as being a taboo. I didn't see it as that. To me, I seen it as, how do I explain it? A part of who I represent and what I represent. Whether you want to look at that as being bad or good, what you're using is what's happening is it's the elements. You're moving elements, you're moving the energy, whether it's within you or within your field. So your thought, I always say, thought he farted, but he really shit himself. Or I'll be a little more politer. Thought he farted, but he really pooped himself. However you want to hear it. Okay? But for every thought you have, you create another thought. Whether it's going in the direction of what people would perceive as being woo-hoo, or whether it would be in the position where it was just kind of just going nowhere. Or somewhere's on a hamster wheel. Been there. Holy shit, you don't know how the times that I wanted to run away from myself. You can actually experience it in your body, but you got to hold it in because, you got to deal with shit ass. You got to deal with yourself. And, we always want to distract ourselves out there to, help someone else so we don't have to look at our own. And we're begging for the help. I didn't say everyone. This is all spirit to spirit. So if your spirit gets aggravated, well, I'm saying something I don't like. Or you laugh, you cry, what have you. Yeah, it's not about it's not that they're not interrupting. They're actually in many ways helping me to heal. Whether I'm communicating with someone on the spirit Would you perceive spirit world, spirit realm? Or whether it be in the physical. Piss off. Di se kada po tuku shulesa ku umsutu tukie. Yeah, a little wobbly, right? Woohoo, lady, get to the psychiatric unit now. Oh, wait. I already been there 4 times in less than 2 years. Don't you think I thought I was going a little loopy? Ringing ear now. So it's, yeah, I know when like things are happening. And I don't throw it back at people because, I guess obviously if they're throwing at me, they already got enough shit to deal with, don't they? This book. I feel that, y'all. You know what? It's because you see that word. I feel it, yeah. I cover this word up. And energy seems to be okay. And then I uncover that. Okay. Which way are you going? Are you going to see magic within everything? Or like however you perceive it. Okay? It's almost like if you look at it this way. Okay? Some call it magic and some call it witchcraft. Why is your reference any better than the other? It's still the same thing. It's how it's perceived and how it's used. And it can be either or way. It can be good used for good or be used for what people perceive as good or bad. It says about your ancestors. When people say this is New Age, it's not New Age. Like, seriously. If you think it's New Age, holy fuck. Not being ignorant or rude, but we ain't that special then. But see, the thing is, we are special. Because we should be proud. Like, there's been a lot maybe said of a lot of terrible things happening. And that happened. But it's all created from perceiving something differently because you experienced something from someone or someone else. So you become only seeing that aspect of it. So you become focused on whatever it is. And I mean, when I'm on here, people think I'm focused. Holy shit, man, I'm all over the place. Like, but I look at the stuff and it either like shows me truth or makes me and my skin crawl or heebie-jeebies. Just, it depends on, because it's like using your own discernment. Your own discernment would be using your own energy, feeling your own body, feeling your own experiences, the self-awareness, so that you can become aware of the spirit awareness, which is not just self, but it's aware of everything in your surroundings, of how you perceive your surroundings. See, for me to be able to tell you what I'm saying, I can't always put it in words, but I know that it's parts that's coming out already in words, and it's just being relayed in different languages. That's sort of what I feel, because it's a spirit to spirit. And that's what my channel is. Spirit to spirit teaches of going within your own spirit and speaking with your spirit. Two-spirited. It's like, yeah, masculine, feminine. And when they're not aligned, holy shit, you got one fucking terror going on inside yourself. Yep, real head scratcher. My head's itchy because I'm feeling a lot in the crown chakra right now, so it feels like my hair's pulling. Like that's something. Oh, wow. You know, they do say that electricity comes from your hair. You know, get me a balloon. Let's see what that does. And then static. Woo, yeah. See, I'm not always grumpy. I know sometimes I have to get up and like just move more and dance. Like to get out and walk too, because that's that part where you notice I don't tell everybody get outside and walk, because I haven't been doing it myself right now. So I would be much of a hypocrite had I kept saying that when I'm not even doing it myself. Oh my God, weird. No, see, there's a difference of like, it's being aware of what you're experiencing. Because you're bringing forward messages. 4-4. And see, I have my books, like back in 2006, after my car accident, or just before my car accident, like, because I had an experience in 99 where I didn't know what I was experiencing or what I was really doing, because the first time I used the spirit board, it was with a group of other people, and I asked a question, and I got the board and I used it, but I didn't know what I was doing then. So things happened, and it freaked my family out. I had an understanding of what I was experiencing, because I kept telling my mom that I needed an exorcism. And I kept telling my mom, you got to get me out of here, because these pills aren't going to do anything for me. Because I was experiencing a lot of like weird stuff. People would say, well, that's a hallucination. But the hallucination would only come when I asked for it. it's kind of that manifestation where you are in your frequency. Because at some points I was high up, like people say about what they perceive God to look like. And see, the thing is that when I was experiencing that, I actually seen a big, huge cloud that looked like that exact figure. So we begin to, when you become enlightened and you don't know what you're experiencing, it becomes overwhelming, and then the fear kicks in. So the fear takes over and it starts drawing fear to it. So it becomes a manifestation of itself. So you experience things that you experience, but it's like some people don't see it because you're experiencing it in spirit. It's like you're seeing that. If you watch the movie Doctor Strange, yes, Doctor Strange, the Marvel movie Doctor Strange, okay? In the beginning, he goes to like the Tibetan area or what have you, I believe it was, somewhere around that. And he goes in because he wants to get healed. He wants to learn how to heal himself. But he didn't believe in the spirit or astral or anything like that until she walked and hit him like that and pushed him out of his own body. So he was seeing his back. That's the out-of-body experience. When a shock hits you, so it's like when when you feel like you're having dreams, you're actually, it's what you've experienced. And some psychologists don't understand that, so they wouldn't understand that aspect of it. But from my own experiences, I see everything to be a spirit to spirit, because it's that part of, I don't know that like if you don't know that person, but you feel like you hate that person or don't like that person, but you don't know that person, well, that's because, like I said many times, you're actually experiencing those spirits. Energies, manifestations, however you look at it, because as you can see, there's a lot of different things there of different, it's some of it is it's different, it's different timelines. But they're our ancestors, they're like the versions of our ancestors, and they're showing you their past. So it's like when you're seeing overseas or what have you, that's more of the ancestors showing you what happened, because it keeps repeating itself, because they're living in that cycle. It's like when you go to these haunted places, you perceive it to be haunted. It's because it's experiencing the same thing over and over again. You could walk in and it feel like if the spirit lived there and it didn't realize that it had passed, or you were just connecting in each other's field for maybe a brief moment, what have you. And that's why sometimes you get weird things happening, because they believe that they live there and like they want you out of their home because they don't understand, or it's that part of, maybe they think that you are the one that is in spirit. Because it comes into play in everything. But yeah, when we're watching around the world in different aspects of it, look back in different parts of history, and I'm not talking about the dogma history. I'm talking about your ancestral line history, your genealogy, and the part of going back as far as you can and looking at all sides of it. So they show in the book a lot of certain pictures and stuff, but they tell a lot. And see, it's not all bad. Like people aren't all bad. Like religion is not all bad. It's, yes, we're supposed to have freedom of religion. But just because we don't have the same religion as somebody else, it doesn't mean we be fighting with them. Learn to understand each other's religion so that it's not that everybody's thinking that they have to defend their territory. Like, shit, what are you, a dog, and you're going to piss on the floor to state your territory? Like, seriously. Everybody, some people are happy where they are. And then there's the ones that, they don't want to live under a neglectful, unfaithful system. And it's quite ungrateful too. I did say that. Yeah. Sometimes I forget what I say too. That's why sometimes I'll go back and watch my videos, because Spirit's talking to me too. I will admit I can be a very difficult student. I think my instructor is finding that out, because I always hated homework. And I don't like learning off a computer. And I like being able to do things. If it's class, to do things in class. But I didn't even, when I took my paralegal course, I didn't even do homework then. I didn't even study. because I didn't like doing homework and I didn't know how to study. Whether it was my body telling me that studying was just a program, you weren't really so much learning anything as you were just remembering it and bringing it up. And I know that there are ones that, like when you're in a field where your mind has to be going because you're looking and you're cross-referencing, like I do. I like researching. I did a lot of research, like medical research, after I had my car accident, and I felt better. I was constantly, because how they treated me and what they did. So am I going to trust the system? No. And I know it's not all bad, but what I've experienced was a lot of bad, and I've come to my own realization that well, how I explain it, that was just like a kokoe sam tui. Let's just say in many ways they've failed. And they failed a lot of other people that I've spoken to. Because, for one, they don't listen to the people because they believe that they know what's best, because they have a degree in they do, but they're not doing it right. They're not listening to the patient. The patient knows their own body, but that's when the doctor has to, instead of prescribing a medication, try and find out what the actual cause of it is. Because a lot of the time, you'll be able to find out that if they say mental health, it's actually spiritual health, because spiritual health has the biggest impact on your body. And when you put these pills in, it affects your body. I healed myself with the help of spirit and other galactic beings. Okay. I had an experience where it was like once I was, me and it was in a chair, and it was like I remember it was like a black chair. It was like something you were strapped into. And somehow I got loose. It was like they were doing things, but it was like I was underground, like in some kind of thing. And it was more of like, it was more a human thing. And I remember that it was like I got away, and somebody else and some others got away. And I remember we were running. It was like we were running down these hallways, and they were like tunnel type things. And we're running down the hallways in different rooms and what have you. And then at one point, it was like I come around, and when I looked up, it was like I was on a really low bed, and I looked up, and around the bedside, like that, there were these beings that it was like their face was lit up. It was like a bright light. And at one point, it was like a magnetic pull. But they weren't there to hurt me. I didn't feel so like I felt threatened, but after that, it was like my body started feeling better. And at one point, it was like I was on another bed, and I seen it was like four. They were like grays, but more elongated faces, and they were more like around 5 foot. But it was like they were wearing a suit, and they were communicating through the mind. And I freaked out in there. And when I freaked out, it was like I was in a forest in trees. And then I was back in my bed. And my neck, from the injuries that I had from the car accident and from like going unconscious all the time. So the whiplashing effect in the neck, and then going down at Costco in 2019 and having that again. But it actually, like up here, it healed. Like it was like they did something. So yeah, but there was oh crap, man. I had one where holy shit, it was like I was looking at, I don't know if they were, I don't know if the person was burnt or if they were skinned alive, but it was like they were inside out. And my picture, if you look at it, it looks like something skinned alive or something. And I have zoology on there. That's the picture I was talking about. Yeah, it's pretty I know. But I know that was like channeling. It was telling it was a story. And then here a bit ago, I actually sat down and I drew another picture. But it was a fun picture. It was like almost like a child drawing it. But it was like, yeah, it was about family. And the church was a universal church. Everybody was welcome because, like, I go into churches and I don't feel welcome. And that's the sad part, because a church wasn't about the religion. It was about the healing and teachings. And yeah, it was about like community. Community is when people communicate in unity. They all take the time to hear each other. And yes, we do. Like, we get excited when there's a conversation and we interrupt each other. But I know people that, like, they'll say about like other people interrupting them, but they don't see where they're interrupting others. So when I get after my ex-husband, he's like, so you're doing a tit for tat? No, I'm just mirroring. It's like I'm just mirroring you. Like, I'm not going to have you talk to me or treat me like that and not say anything back, whether you were my father, brother, or sister, or what have you. I took it for so long that, to my ex-husband, the spirit of my ex-husband. I guess you shouldn't have poked the bear, huh? Because that's what he would always say to me. Don't poke the bear. Don't poke the bear. But see, I'm not the bear. I'm the donkey in the field, chasing away the danger. Stubborn, but will carry you to safety. Because that will teach you how to walk on your own 2 feet. Even if I do come off as a bitch or an asshole. I realize that, when you're working with an old hard soul, it's really not easy. Because it's hard bringing up the seeds. You don't want to bring it up. And I understand that fully. Except it's the part of we can bring it up gradually so that you can ground yourself, or it happened all at once and it feel like one major mind fuck, because eventually it does happen to everyone. And that's why people see it as being a psychiatric issue, when it's actually a spirit issue. And it's not really a spirit issue. As it is a spirit awareness. Only you have spirit awareness. You just don't know what the fuck it is that you're experiencing. And, when you try to explain it, it's like, it's a taboo. And that's, like I said, that's when it manifests in the mind and people feel like they're going utterly crazy, and then you have no control over it's like I got in the mindset that just I got in the mindset that I started feeling like I didn't care, like I care. But after it becomes a repetitive, you can't, it's not just doing it once, but you got to continue to, you have to continue to do it if you want the outcome, the goal. But it's to be like a healing, whatever way it needs. How do I put that? You can have emotions of how you feel of what you'd like to do as the outcome that would endanger yourself or somebody else. It's healing through it. And I said many times, like when you go in and you talk, it's talking to your heart because they reside in your heart. That pain resides within your heart. So if it's in your heart, then don't you have to talk to your heart? Because spirit to spirit is heart to heart. It all comes in the communication. Yeah, it just like I can feel parts of me right now that it's almost like there's doubt. I'm experiencing doubt because I've already seen this stuff and I've experienced it for myself. I'm still working through certain things with regards to it because you become like, it's like whatever it is not happening fast enough. So it's coming. And along the way, it's seeing those little things along the way to say like, oh, wow, I was here then and now I'm here. So I'm taking more steps. Because what happens is when you do it, and the naysayers that said you couldn't do it, they see you do it, then in most cases, they're going to want to do it themselves. That is, if they don't become jealous to it or envious of it, they can realize that they are able to do that themselves also. When I see people uniting, but I see them like in all different protesting and all different things, it's like, like most of it is they're protesting the government, right? Or businesses. Well, the government and businesses are associated together. So it's that part of coming together as one, together. I was going to say as like as one nation, but everybody likes having their country name the way it is. So it's like to discriminate about somebody because of their country, the name of the country. Okay. I'm going to say the States and Canada. You hear Canadians saying about how ignorant the States are. And then you have the States saying about how much of the pushover and drunks the Canadians are. Okay. Seriously. Told you my channel's all over the place. But it all pertains to the same thing. It's waking up to your authenticity so that you can see that for yourself. And when I say see that for yourself, I mean things that you want to accomplish, Something you always wanted to do? Well, I have a hard time saying go back to school because, like, I'd rather see everybody be able to learn things hands on. Because they don't do that in school, and I don't like that. That's why I struggled with school. It's not because I don't want to learn. It's because, I don't want to go in and learn about fighting when you, like, nobody wants to go in and learn about fighting if they're growing up with fighting. And there's been a lot of families that grew up with fighting. And that's how the separation happens. Because, they said it started with two brothers. Or was it just two siblings? See, right now, when I have my computer and I have my phone, and as I'm looking, both screens are different from each other. So it's the opposite. So when you're in the screen, if you like, try two screens and then you're mirroring yourself. My like, you can feel it in the, like, it's the crown chakra. So it's all everything. It's all spirit that comes through. Parts of my spirit, parts of your spirit, because it all speaks. It all speaks to itself. It all speaks to each other. Whether, like I said, through voice, through mind, body language. Oh my gosh. That is me. I was too big for the dress, so I threw it out. I'm just okay. Let's start off here. That's the sun. Okay. supposedly. That's the sun. Oh. And if you look, it's like a circle around here. And that's like the golden stairway. But it's yeah, beam me up, Scotty. Oh, I should have went backwards. That. Up there? I don't know. I said it was a. Well, that's a maybe that's maybe that's Gazoo's girlfriend. She is purple and he's green. Chest. Oh. See, do you see those round circles? Those are actually, you're actually beginning. People will say, oh, no, that's not true at all. You're actually beginning to see forms of what would be perceived to be different planets. It's just not in formation yet. See up here, the purple, and then there's a green one. You look, they're round, and it's not my camera. Oh, Gazoo up there flying around in the corner. Or in the middle. Well, see, I take pictures of the sun and what have you. There's a couple there. Oh, here it is. Holy shit! But can you see the bubble up there? Up on top? See that pink? And there it is closer. Excuse me. I like looking at these pictures. Because I like the pictures I had, but it was the parts of when I was looking back at myself. I took that. Yeah. Yep. I have one of an alien. They're actually like, those are eyes. Where's my alien buddy? Did you ever watch like on those shows like the ancient stuff where they have like when they have the aliens. Well, there was one like it was about that long. Okay, it was really like strange looking. And I seen it, and then I was looking at my picture that I took in the grass. Oh shit, might not be here. How you like my picture? Oh, hold on. It's like a little kid drawing. But it has the ants and has the, the like that snake in the water, the flowers, the hill, the sun, the grass. And the ant is standing on the snake's head. I'm afraid of you. No, I'm just kidding. For some reason, I zoomed in on my cat's eyeball. Like, I didn't take the picture of his eyeball. I took a picture of him and then zoomed in on his eye. Oh, what the hell? Mm-hmm. What cute face you got. Oh, I think we're getting to them. See, I know it's like it's a twig, but maybe not because it's actually shaped the same. It's just a smaller version of it. But I think it's cool that the twig is shaped the same as the alien. I did take that. I all these pictures I took myself. And I call this one Running Man. I just saw that now, Running Man. Because if you look, it looks like his legs here, and then the back here, and then you can see just the top of his head. There it is, zoomed in on him. What the fuck? It does. That looks like its arms. Oh, shit. A pretty flower. Oh, yes. Ready? This is in the sky. Watch this. This is in the sky. What? You see that? It's got fish over there. Shit. Okay. See it now? It's a check mark. It's almost like, yeah, almost like a check mark. Shit. Oh, there it is, bigger. And there's, what the hell? Oh yeah, that's it by itself. Look at his face. That's it. Zoomed in further. Oh, that is zoomed in on something in space. It goes as a, because one of them originated, I have one, it originated from the moon and it went like that when I zoomed in on it. Oh, there. This is in the sky, the night sky. These are the things that I take pictures of and I zoom, I bring them in closer. See over here? Sorry. I don't know. I was going the right way. I don't know. Sorry, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah. Oh, there. See? That's zoomed in on a star. I took a picture of the night sky and in my camera I kept zooming, like I took the picture and then I edited it. Yeah, edited it. I took the picture and I zoomed in on it, and that's what I got from a star in the sky. It's up closer. This is it. This is what I'm. That's the moon. Oh, right there. Hey, if you're on YouTube, you can watch me on TikTok and vice versa. See, that is shaped. If you look on the hieroglyphics, okay, the hieroglyphics, you will see where the man is in like a car shaped like this. I don't know. But they do have them in certain things where it is. where they have him in the car. This is a dang nice book. No, but I would like if you look it up, you will see what I'm talking about. Yeah, that was zoom. That was something zoomed in on something else too. Like, oh yes, this. Oh, you can't see it. Right here. Right there. You can't see it though because it's so bright. That's at the bottom of that. So I believe like that's a dark spot. So it's like, is that the cock? Is that where the driver is, or what? See, yeah, I zoomed in on it. There's another one of the star. See, it's a star. Well, shit. Well, I guess I lost my spot. There's all the cubes there. Oh, here's the doom buggy. When you think that something is insignificant, it's not. That it's like a wings in the sky. A saucy little fart ass. He likes his pillows. I have a video on one of my other YouTubes where he's actually stealing my money. He's trying to get off, and it was one of those fire pits. So it had the brick and it had a lip on it. But he kept going and kept going until he flipped that change right off of the table. And then he would steal my $5, not just my $5, and he'd put it under his chest. And when I'd go to grab it, he'd grab it back from me. Greedy little bugger. I didn't teach him about money. You gotta like when they do that. I'm gonna get going because oh shit. Yes. I'm kind of just now that I just have to go. I guess I'm done talking for the night. Well, I might have talked your ear off, might have given you some useful information, might have pissed you off, might have made you laugh, might have made you cry. You know. It says a single day is enough to make us a little larger, or another time a little better. With that being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings, most importantly, very good health to anyone and everyone wanting, willing to receive and accept. I want you all to be big, bold, brave. Most importantly, be yourself, be your authentic self, be true to yourself, be true to others, be kind to yourself and be kind to others. And always know that you have more strength than you can comprehend at times. When you think that you've been defeated, know that you have that inner strength. Sending you all love. Kisa to po yun tayo.